welcome to part 10 of our adventure in MIO, Memories in Orbit. It was actually 2 streams ago at the end of session 8 that we finished the final boss and hit the end credits for the first time, but we do know that there is going to be a second ending to pursue and also lots of other content to discover along the way. For instance, just in the span of the previous stream, we managed to uncover this entire segment over here in the manufactory and hit this gate that leads to the pit, except we're not allowed in because of a message about pearls with a fully functional core not being disposable in the pit. We know that the exit to the pit, so it seems, is over on this side here, and that there's a lot in between that we haven't been able to access yet. However, by collecting all of the candles and turning them in and seeing some of the story in flashback that we hadn't before, we now have this thing here, a defective core. Now, the theory goes that the defective core that takes off our entire protective layer is going to get us through that gate into the pit. And presumably then we have some challenges there that depend on having no safety margin whatsoever, unless of course this synergizes with something like gratitude adding an additional point on top of the coat. We don't exactly know how that's going to work together yet, if at all, but that's something worth trying. We don't actually know for sure if this opens up the gate down below, but it intuitively makes sense that a defective core is not fully functional. A couple of other mysteries abound. We picked up some more cores that we don't know how to spend yet because we had bought up everything in Mel's shop to the left side of the Nexus, and so we don't know what the excess cores are going to be expendable on eventually. We're missing probably 1 movement skill and 2 other critical keys, plus lots more. I also need to find the personal assistant at some point to actually talk about the complete set of curios that we've collected so far, in case that gives us any kind of reward, material or story-wise or anything else. And we are, after all this time, still missing the overseer for this point over here, which tells me that we might need to revisit a lot of this area. Last time around, we uncovered the entirety of this area, the Celestial Bay, that takes you all the way to the observation point outside the ship at the top. And we also uncovered this shortcut that goes back to the Haven side and the canopy. It may actually make sense to go back that way, since we want to check around there anyway to see if we have missed anything. But after that, at some point, the objective will definitely be to revisit this point down here. So let's proceed with what we have. There's something else I wanted to return to at some point as well, I think. Yeah, a couple of other gates that we hadn't opened along the way, but we haven't sorted those out yet. Maybe it's dependent on additional movement skills. We don't really know. So let's head down this shortcut, because last time we discovered that it didn't turn back when we realized it would just bring us back to familiar territory. And from our vantage point up top here, where we also learned that a habitable planet had in fact been located for the human travelers, but then the code for it, or the coordinates rather, had been stolen and disposed of. We were able to see there all the poison, all the gloom water pouring forth from a correct egg. Maybe that's something we can deal with if we return back here. I'm not really sure. But let's go back and take a look. So yeah, despite hitting the credits, there's clearly a lot more to see in this game that we hadn't necessarily counted on originally. And let's see if I remember how to get out of here. Whether it was on the top or the bottom side. Whether they just connect again here. Yeah, they do. We've been through all this. We grab something on this side. So let's just finish the shortcut. Back to the canopy and see if there's anything new there that we were not able to see before. Also, there's a top and bottom over here as well. bottom, I think, just proceeds back to the shortcut. Let me check the top again. I think we had seen all this. Yeah, we had. Whoops. Because we looped up top and collected something there. I think so, anyway. Maybe it's worth checking a second time. I actually don't remember what we had or hadn't done. But I think... Whoops. Yeah, I think we had wrapped around here. And collected something up top. Well, let's just keep going this way then. This was the shortcut. Swoop. And having opened that up, I don't think there was much else we needed to see here just yet. This goes back down to the area where we originally picked up the glide. And I think we had checked the top slot here as well. Yeah, that was just more crystallized nacre up there. And we're back. Okay, so this was the glide area. Now, again, we want to, at some point, deal with connecting this teleport point. We might have just missed something small. When it comes to where the torn overseer for that one is, it seems like a rather conspicuous thing to have overlooked. But we'll make it over and see what happens. There might be more to see on the canopy side anyway. We haven't really gone back to explore it properly. Oop. That's just a little low there. And, oh, we're down to our last hit. Let's reload health quickly. Actually, we can go down to refresh it now if we aren't completely confident in our current state. But then it might be a little bit laborious to make it back up to the top room. Let's just go top again and make it through more accurately this time. This is all pretty familiar territory. And then, yeah, there's a safe. Did we ever really take a look at the top left here? I think we had many times, actually. And looped around all of this. So there's just some junk over there. Okay, we should find the fountain or basin rather to reload health pretty soon, just to get some of that sloppiness out of the way. And it's right here. So we'd explored in this whole section quite a long time ago, even before we had done very much with the glide, having picked it up very shortly before coming here. So we'll just look around a little bit, see if we missed anything. This area is still too close to this point, I think, to have the overseer that's relevant to this point, but we still at some point have to deal with this column of poison that's pouring down here and obstructing this grapple point that we've identified on the map. So there's something that will have to be done there as well. Oh. Yeah, as you can see, this huge pool of gloom water here. We know what its source is now because we've seen it from above. Doesn't seem reachable from down here though, but we could see it in the artwork from high up. That is all pouring from a broken egg. Now this area here, it kind of looks like we can go up above. It's a long ways off, but maybe that's reachable in theory. Because we're below that right now. I don't know if there's a good way to do it. Seems a long ways off from anything that can reach here, though. Let's head over to the right. So we have been up to this extremity before, but then get a dead stop over here. And I don't know that anything else was reachable from this point except, oh, that looks reachable in theory. I actually don't remember if we had somehow made it up there before. I don't think I had, but it's clearly something. We better mark it, actually. Maybe we can start on top and then float over somehow if we start all the way on the left. If we're kind of on the top layer the whole time. There's clearly something there. But it's not reachable from this location. But you'd need to traverse all the way over. You see, the thing is, if you look at the background artwork here, I don't think it's really accurate to where the player's location has been identified. Again, we know we're probably missing some kind of mechanic that gets us greater height than before. And we know it because of a couple of other mysterious spots that we haven't been able to get through. Like here. Or for that matter, this spot, or was it this spot here? So it could be that the final movement mechanic that we seem to be missing might account for how we can get that much height. But I don't see a way to do it right now. It doesn't really look reachable with our current resources. Unless we can find some way to deliberately take damage to spawn a crystal. Doesn't look like it. Or some other form of energy conservation here, like a little ledge that we can land on. Yeah, because there's absolutely something to interact with. But we're nowhere close to being able to get up there. Something we'll need to identify for later, then. I think we have to resolve the mystery of those other points where we're vertically obstructed or possibly obstructed by our current energy pool. Oh, whoops. Didn't see this. In that case, let's continue down here and see if we can still do anything to resolve this issue. Because we did uncover some rather large connecting passages. Oh. Yeah, we'll just head down here. And poke around on the right side a bit more, I suppose. This area here, the fact that this is all clear looks suspicious to me. I feel like that can be cracked open somehow. It's not very often that the map here will just leave that much blank space. Not very often at all, in fact. When it does happen, it's either a spot that we absolutely know about, or maybe something like this, which is over the whole redacted zone and separated by the lifts. That in itself does seem a little suspicious, because it is a very dense map. Okay, some of the deadly plants are over here. Let's go down and see if I can remember what was to the right. Yeah, we've been here before. And there's the whole stream that connects over to the top part of the lift over there. After this little platforming challenge. No, we don't want to hit that at this point. We don't want to float over. So we've done all this before, but I do want to see if there could have been something else we missed here. Oh, missed my grapple because I was holding on to my glide for too long. Oh, nope, bad angle. There we go. Yeah, we've been through here. We can get some health on this side. Just looking at the ceiling to see if there was anything in the area. Oh, also, let's not die to that. We can climb up here, but there doesn't seem to be anything up top. Did I see something in the artwork there in the top right? Not really. This was where I expected to find some kind of torn overseer at some point, but just never did. Oh, I didn't expect to get hit by something there. It's okay. So yeah, this was the top of the lift, but then when we did jump out the top right, because that goes over to the area that crosses over the blood in the wraparound. Still doesn't explain the absence of an overseer in this area here. Yeah, and this was the friend's room, I think. I don't even remember what else we got out of that. Maybe we needed to inspect that a little more carefully. I sort of originally assumed that we would get access to an overseer by coming through here. And for whatever reason, that didn't pan out. And I may just not have looked carefully enough, for all I know. Oh, whoops, got shot in the face there. Whoops. Got knocked back rather badly. So yeah, let's just inspect this a little more carefully. I really do suspect we missed something. But this just wraps around the steps. Going back up. Right, we wanted to check around the left side. in this section as well. Nothing that I can see. And then this just gets us across, okay. And it just crosses back over to the friend's room. After the friend's room, though, you hit this area. What was above us? Just drop above the friend's room. Actually, don't recall. But then here, yeah, this just connects down below. We've seen this many, many times. I really suspect we missed the overseer somewhere in here, but we just haven't really identified a location for it. That would be plausible. Or is there anywhere to continue on the left side here? So let's just review what was in the drop down here. We had seen this many times, but could be that we missed a spot. I think it was just a collectible core over here. I don't know that there was anything else to look at on this side. Maybe we missed something. I'll get back out of here afterwards. That's one additional consideration. Yeah, we did this whole loop and found nothing. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Let's just get back out then. No, we don't want to hit that. We want to jump over. Let's refresh health first. Yeah, it does seem mysterious to me that we missed this overseer. The only one we missed. Oh. We're not getting enough of a bounce. To hit this one here. Let me think about this. There was something I did here to get out, and I don't remember how we actually gained enough height to do it. It's not through here. We need to cling on to something. Just don't remember how we gained that much height. Nope. It's okay. Let's just reload health for a moment. Oh. Right, we just floated. Then you float in place so you don't lose elevation. Whoops. Then I try to hop over to the left with a double jump. Whoops. Let's not swipe the wrong way. Spent a lot of time getting out of here last time too, that we got to this point. Oh, missed it. Okay. There we go. Nope. Missed my grapple direction. Getting out of here is a lot more difficult than getting in, which is itself sometimes a little bit suspicious. Like we missed some kind of continuation. Wonder if we did, actually. Because we've struggled to get back out here each time, and it does seem unusual. That would be that tricky. Like we've maybe missed a spot. No. Or missed some kind of shortcut gate. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Just need to play better, I guess. Oh. We'll just grapple over here, actually. There we go. Nope. Swiping everywhere and missing. We want to go left anyway, so let's get back out. Oh, there's actually a point that could have ejected us to the left here. That's okay. We're out. Mostly. So there's the friend's room to the left. There's also a place to just replenish Nacre to the right if it's safe to go back. It's not really safe to go back. Let's just continue back this way. So yeah, nothing new discovered today just yet. But apart from the point in the top room that was clearly reachable, which we have not been able to reach and we'll have to go back to at some point. This was the entry into the friends fight. Nothing really to look at here. Okay, in that case, let's replenish. If we can. It does seem very suspicious. Now this goes all the way back down to redacted, but we don't need that anymore. Maybe there was something we missed on the right side over here, going towards the area with the breath. Maybe that is worth checking. I thought we were fairly thorough before, but we could have been wrong about that, so. We'll just trace through everything again a little bit. Yeah, clearly something above right here. No, that's just where we've been before. Well, let's not die to this. And just refill quickly. Yeah, nothing to look at here. It does feel like there's something below on this side of the gate. Nope, got hit by everything. Does seem rather generally suspicious. We'll check this area again just in case there was something. Yeah, because this will want to whoop hit, except I missed. Maybe there was something to look at on the left side ledge there. Let's tap this and take a quick peek. No, nothing. Whoop. Side landing. Nothing that we hadn't seen before. Oh, didn't look at the plant. This thing is so deadly. And there we go. Yeah, we've been through all that before, but it's that... Oh, I didn't even touch the other save point when I passed it. Maybe we should have checked this ledge here if I hadn't already... I'm not sure, because you know it's got to be something close to here that was not immediately accessible, but we just never ever found it. Anyway, that was sloppy, but let's go back. Wrong way anyway. Okay, well, this is fairly familiar. I'm actually going to take the lift down and hit the save point first this time, just to not repeat quite so much here in this section. So yeah, this is the overseer that we've been missing all this time. The only one in the above ground network that we know we're missing for sure so far. Really did seem like we scanned everywhere for it. Maybe in a room that we've already explored, but just didn't interact with everything that we should have. Nope, too low. Nope, didn't float. Rather, it ran out of energy because we didn't tap this a second time. Glide. Let's just get rid of this quickly. There's a bit of a climb here. There's nothing. Oh. How did we get tugged all the way over there all of a sudden? Seems unusual. Samphis, welcome. It goes alright. We hit the first ending 2 streams ago, and then last time we uncovered the Celestial Bay and the Manufactory, and I do have a defective core which I now want to take down to the pit entrance, but then we also still have a couple of unresolved things over here, like this overseer that has been missing the whole time. How come my movement feels off so much? Something's a little wrong with my movement here for some reason. All of a sudden. But anyway, yeah, we've been here before. We did the whole left side. I'm still just looking for that overseer, though. I just never found it. You think the movement was off because it was on ice? I didn't even realize it was on ice. It's been so long since we actually interacted with that mechanic. Yeah. Okay, seems obvious now. So I thought that maybe the bottom left of this room might be where the overseer is, but I think we had looted something else there previously when we were on the way to the breath. Or unlocked that door on the lower level some other way. Maybe. Oh. Alright. There we go. Oh, let's bounce this again just to be safe. I also forgot to replenish my last point of health here, so let's be extra cautious coming down this way. And then, yeah, more plants. So we had been all the way here previously and just unlocked that door. Okay. So we opened up that loop, but then we never did find the overseer. So this just loops back. I would have thought that it's somewhere close by on the right side, but that just never panned out. Yeah, it's not that we critically need this or anything, it's just that it's been a mystery for so long that I have no idea which spot we missed. And it does obstruct my travel back here if we need to come back for anything. Well, I mean, this is just what a post-game sweep in this genre in general is going to be like. We just sometimes have to be a little bit patient with it. This was the path that goes down to where the breath was. Let's check this side again on the left just in case we were missing something after having revealed so much of the room. This is down below the door leading out. Nothing here. Game seems to be stuttering a little bit for me here today. Yeah, it's not that random a spot if you think that we're right beside the area where we find, not the breath, the blood rather, because this was sort of iced over to begin with. And yeah, but we just never figured out where the overseer for this is. And we've been over this stuff quite a bit. We did this whole section before, rather exhaustively. I think I'm going to forego that objective for now. We just could not find it. And let's just wrap around to the save point on the other side of the gates towards Metropolis here. And we'll get back to our original plan, I think. I was hoping I would accomplish more here, but all we uncovered really was that there's a spot that's out of reach here that I want to reach at some point. But that's really all we've discovered today in the time that I've been playing. Oh, yes, I want to check this area again in case there's something to uncover about that floor. I thought we'd kind of hit a hard barrier there on the way down to collect whatever it was we collected, but that dotted line is worth checking. Did the final boss give me trouble? No, not really. Quite smoothly, actually. And yeah, it is a fun fight. It was all about just reading what to do defensively and getting out of the way. And the manufactory fight was quite fun too. The washing machine battle, as it were. I don't know if you're completely finished with everything at this point. And yeah, we took down Sol and Vin really quickly, by the way, when I went back there. This was before I hit end credits, so this was 2 streams ago, I think. Yeah, it was. And they went down so fast. All that practice paid off. Okay, so we want to go up here. There's clearly something collectible on the left, by the way, that's out of reach. So there is something that we're missing in that spot. So we'll see if we can get back up there. I've been to this room before. But we need to get to the left side of this room somehow, so we'll try to loop from on top and see what happens. Okay, so, oh yeah, this was the area where we missed that one key for the longest time. We probably have to drop down from above to see what was going on here, but let me just check the left side of this room quickly. I'm sure we've seen everything we need to see here, but we haven't been back in quite some time and have a lot more movement abilities than we used to, so it would be worth it to check. Nothing new here, I think. You did major post-game stuff, but you haven't done completely everything. And you did everything except for Sol and Vin and the pit. Interesting. I kind of assumed the pit would be where we progress. But we'll look at that later, because, again, I think I have the correct conditions to get there. Which is kind of assuming that that's where the actual finale would be, but maybe that's not true. Can we get on top of this? Yeah. Oop. There we are. Oh yeah, we need to get above. So let's go back to the central area. And of course, we never really resolved the missing statue either. The Lucy statue that disappeared over the course of this playthrough. Shut this thing off, and then what did that even give me here? Well, nothing right now. Let's go back down. Okay. But yeah, the thing about Sol and Vin is that because their first hit takes off all your protective coating and their second hit takes off the rest of your health no matter what, it does not matter if you apply double damage to yourself in that fight. And so when I tried that out with the Oath to Ember, then we just had a massive point budget on that fight to work with. And that was what got us through. Whoops, partly. Let's get rid of these guys first. Yeah, because you can just go maximum risk on that fight, and it truly has no downside. Oh. Interesting. That's why we didn't get down to the lowest level. Maybe. But it looks like there's a floor down below that we couldn't cross further. Let's figure it out. Yeah, because we did the upper side here, but then we didn't find a way to drop down below. Let's think about it. I think we just need to cling and go down like this. But then how would you even get lower? I see that there's a crossing point to the left. So let's actually do this. Wrap around. And then you can drop below somewhat. Oh, except I totally didn't watch where I was dropping. That does get you pretty far down, though. I wonder if that's why we hadn't uncovered the floor here previously. It does seem like it's far down enough to matter. Let's float here for a moment so we just have maximum energy, and then I need to cling onto the wall to continue to climb. I don't think I'd actually done that, this whole segment here. So maybe this is in fact new material. Oh, missed it again. We need to glide a little bit at the tail end of that segment. Whoops, missed. Just reload just in case. Nope. Just missed. We previously did it by way of the climb. This is a bit riskier. If your grapple accuracy in this game is as poor as mine. Okay. Oh, no. Missed it. I do have to glide at the end there. I keep thinking that we'll just get straight into the wall climb, and I keep missing. Okay, let's reload health a bit. So, I wonder what we'll discover down below. This is potentially interesting. But it might also just be something optional and a dead end. I still need to figure out where my personal assistant went, because we actually have collected every curio at this point, but we haven't had a chat about them yet. And okay. Oh, nope. Crawl too far. You need to glide over to the next one. Nope. Too far down. Yeah, we definitely haven't been down below. I think I would have remembered this segment if so. Maybe. I don't remember it anyway. Oh, but then we would need to crawl through here. Whoa. Nope, too far. Let's reload health. Okay, that's significant. That's definitely some kind of progress. Is that health regen mod 1 free point every time you stay on the ground for a bit? Yes. It got me through a few fights, actually, because there are some fights where you can stay grounded for ages during some kind of dodging phase. I think I used it on the final boss, in fact. Whoop. Nope. Okay. It does get you through a lot of platforming as well. It trivializes, or at least significantly reduces, the progression time of a lot of the longer platforming elements. Because if you're patient enough to just wait for it to regenerate, then platforming damage no longer matters unless you're in an aerial sequence for a long time. Yeah, I've definitely appreciated in this game just how often you're encouraged to change your build. Oh. That you can just respec for individual fights and platforming sequences just as part of the routine of playing the game. I fiddled with the skill setup far more in this game than I have in anything else in this genre, I think. And the point budget is just kind of perfectly tuned for that too. Whoops. And combined with the presence of some of the negative value modifiers. We're still missing one negative modifier somewhere. Haven't figured out where or what that would be yet, but we've got a lot of the big ones, it seems. Nope, hang on. We need to not get blown by that. I'm often out of energy if I'm trying to wait for the gate on the right side that we need to get around. Oh, whoop, too low. Oh, get back. Just float until... Oh, couldn't quite catch it. So what happens if you never learn to float over those in the segment where you're supposed to use the float to descend. Okay, there we go. Jump over like this. And then, oh, couldn't quite cling there. I was trying to cling onto it and wrap around, but that did not work. So cling on to the left first until when it goes down. Oh, didn't respawn quickly enough. I was hoping that would come up just a moment sooner. Let's cling for a moment. Oh, missed it. Come back. And zip over. There we go. Temporary platform, that's okay. Go over. Oh, no, needed right side. Oh, look at that. Okay, so we need to break that wall with a crystal projectile. We can do that. So we'll need to set up a projectile that will go left and break it. That confirms, incidentally, that we've not been through there. Although I think I already knew that from not recognizing some of these challenges here. Whoops. And yeah, you said you ended up swapping stuff out way more than you expected to and more often than in Silksong. Yeah, with both Hollow Knight games, I find that I find a comfortable setup that I run for long stretches. Part of it, of course, is that you're often playing for much longer stretches before you hit the next point where you can rethink. Just try to find the right timing here. No. I was just out of sync there. We just never got in sync. Nope, missed my glide button. Well, at least this is some new material. We spent too much of the stream early on not discovering anything new to do, so it's nice to have a new challenge to work on here. We'll go around this way. And then just glide until we can link up. Oh, no, too close. Stood too close. But that's the idea. You tap that node and you just glide in place until you can sync up with the wall that blocks the wind. And that's the method, but we just need to synchronize our way up there first. Okay, through. Tap and hold. Tap and hold. Let's not go too far here. Oh, wrong way, almost. Okay. Wait, no. I needed to hit that to the left to break the wall. So, yeah, when we tap that node, I have to glide over it, let it respawn, reposition, and then punch it to the left. And then probably climb back over, since if we punch it to the left, we won't have it available as a grapple. So, close to finished with this part, but just a few more things to sort out at the end in terms of the exact sequence. Okay, that was clean that time. Hold position. Hold position. Hold and then cling. Okay, hold. Hold. And then hold. Oh, we've got a lot more to do. There we go. Let's not get caught by any of these guys. Luckily, the damage buff there sorts out the rest. Now we go over to ceiling. And then look at that, there's a lot to collect in both places here, and also an ice segment down below. But this might continue quite a ways further down, actually, if we... Or maybe just pop out this side, perhaps. Okay. Oh, whoops, I didn't see that. That's okay. That's why we have the extra point back from gratitude for precisely these circumstances. Crawl over, and what have we collected here? Countermeasures. Dodging an attack applies to targeted status. That's interesting. I wonder if that's similar to how the slingshot acquires a target. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same thing, but anyway, we have an easy exit over here, and it just pops back out on this side. Out of that little node there. Okay, so that solves that. Doesn't do anything to connect down to this location, which is too high for me to reach. But that does solve one major thing. I think what we'll do is we'll come down here, and then we'll try to continue down to the pit, since that's the next major point. The other thing we could do is also check in around the shop to see if Mel knows anything about the extra cores that I picked up that I can't seem to use yet. Did I figure out why slingshot sometimes works on enemies? I'm not exactly sure what part we needed to figure out. As in, why sometimes it projects something through them and sometimes it doesn't? Like we saw with the earlier fight, actually. That's a good question. I guess, let's see. Yeah, I still have no solution for this, and then this I'm presuming that we need actually to go below and take some kind of lift all the way back up. And I never saw how to get here to this whole segment. We just never found it. When you defeat them, it sometimes shoots out a slingshot projectile. I don't think I have a very systematic idea of that yet, no. Let's take the transport network and let's go back to the shopping area. Again, I still have to find my personal assistant at some point, and I have no idea where that went. Let's go back to the Nexus shop. And then after that, we can take the lift all the way back down below. I don't know if the librarian has anything else to say here. His shell empty, and so is mine. Do I need a hint for where the assistant is? I mean, is this something I'll naturally come across, or do I really have to check every town and city for that? Because, who knows? Let's have a little chat here just in case. And yeah, nothing that would be a clue about the extra cores that I have. So somebody else will trade for the extra cores, I guess. Yeah, because the assistant keeps sort of jumping around to the different cities. It's in a specific room where I probably won't go in again. Yeah, in that case, I really don't mind, actually, because otherwise I'll just be scraping the whole map. If you want to let me know, that's okay. I don't consider that spoiling too much that I discover myself. If it's not something that's really solvable except by just, you know, checking every room. Near the Nexus, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll check the surrounding area. Unless maybe it was down below. We'll do a little scan. Check all the usual suspects. Yeah, because we did check the upstairs last time when we were going over to the iron candles. Maybe one of the other middle rooms on the right. We had been through here, actually, because we found a secret that was on the map last time. And I thought that was close to here. Well, let's check around a little bit. And then there was that middle point there, too. Whoa. Let's find out. And despite coming up here, we never did finish mapping out the top, perhaps. Let's keep going. Yeah, so we've been through here. We plugged in all the candles last time. Nothing else to see up here. And then, what was even going on with this little shaft here? Oh yeah, no, the lift just passes all the way through when it goes up to the upper level that we had unlocked. That's right. At least I thought I'd unlocked it. Yeah, because we got all the way up to the Celestial Bay's entrance, so that's why it passes through the central passage. I just want to take a peek here because we never actually rode this. It doesn't go that far, actually. There was a little grapple point in the middle, though. Hang on, let's go up and check. Oh, but that shuts. Okay, no, we had actually seen everything there then. Maybe let's take a look at this carefully. Have we seen that grapple point? Let's take a look here. Because the shaft just encloses around itself. Let me take a look at this animation again to see where the hatches were opening and shutting. Like you go through here, then through the hatches. So I saw a little grapple point there. I don't remember if we actually did anything with that. Let me go back. Yeah, there's something in the middle layer there, but I think that's something we had already seen, but we'll do something to check. Because we just came through here. Oh yeah, no, it's just this. That's what I saw. It's not actually something notable then. And then the other crash point in the dwellings. Now we've been through a lot of this stuff. Let's go down. Haven't been back here in quite some time. And then we've been back in this room a few times. Past those private quarters. And then, oh, here he is. Yeah, no wonder I missed this all this time, because we really weren't passing through this location at all. Well, let's turn in every curio and see what happens. Look at this cave. I think people used to live here. I really wonder what it felt like. So yeah, everything's frozen here because all the life support went down with the blood. So I don't even know which one is being identified here. Oh, Earthen Relic. Let's plug in all of them first, and then we'll read all the updates. Do you get to turn in multiples? Let's see. Oh, I don't get another interaction. So this was updated. Analysis shows that this item predates the vessel herself, a legacy of a forgotten world for forgotten purposes. So do I still need to hunt down the assistant for all of the other identifications? I might need to. I'll try to leave the room and come back, but you never know because this guy moves around quite a bit. He stays in there for the rest of time. Okay. That is something we'll know about in a moment. And then how far do we need to go, I wonder? Let's maybe take the lift up or something. I don't know how far we need to zone out here, but we'll find out. How about we just go all the way up and then that'll be a change of zone. I don't know if it's really necessary, but we'll do it this way anyhow. There we go. That works. What peculiar sight. Was this a traveler's room? And then... pristine journal. Okay. So it's this one here. I'm grateful to you, my friends, for everything you brought me. I hope you will still address me in the same way. I'm grateful to you, Shi, for seeing me as an incumbent. I hope to prove myself worthy. I'm grateful to you, Noden, for guiding me during those last days. I hope you will find a rest you deserve. Farewell and see you tomorrow. From Lyra. Okay. And then, do we get to plug in some more right now? If you're not going to be useful, would you at least get out of the way? Well, I mean, if you're not going to be useful, then would you at least... I don't know, identify the rest of the objects? That's okay, we'll get out and get back. Yeah, who's assisting who here? Maybe assistant means something different here culturally, given that I'm technically Dr. Hallen's assistant, and that really didn't curry any favor at all when we got into that fight. Oh, hats off. At first I was quite bummed out that I couldn't find a world's end, but then I realized it means that we get to choose the final stop. Yeah, I think it'll be this room, so what do you think of my house? There's a little bookcase here. New curio, and then... which one this time? Dual pendant? Offered to newly manufactured travelers. And... 2 interlocking parts bearing the names of Asma and Clea. A small engraved inscription reads, "At last, after all these years, I can finally join you." Yeah, Asma, the Eye, and Clea, the Heart, we did find their room upstairs. No change of scene this time, just still reading. I really felt that something was off, and after some thoughts. Ta-da! You're not dreaming. I have a name, just like the travelers did, Capucine. Please refer to me as Capucine from now on. I want to copy edit a lot of this game. The spelling of independent is one thing. But... new artifact, huh? Oh, I really like this piece. Okay. What's this one? Orphan shoe. Yeah, we knew it was a shoe. Is this the last one? Yeah, everything says Capucine's interpretation now. Capucine doesn't want to assist us anymore. But that is the last one. These kinds of exoskeletons were quite common among travelers. However, in most instances, they came by pairs, so the owner must have been either distracted or in a hurry. The name Ember is written on the inside. Now, Ember, we know quite a bit about at this point. We know that Ember absconded with the code for the habitable world that was discovered. We also know that we have this oath to Ember over here that we worked very hard to retrieve. And Ember was running around just wrecking the place and setting off the catastrophe and could not even stop to pick up a boot. Oh, also, that was the last relic, but I guess there's no final interaction for all the relics. Let's listen. Starting to believe we have a broad overview of the traveler's life, but now, what will I do next? Let's get out and come back and see if anything changes. Oh, look at that. This is new. There's a whole desk here now. Since we've run out of new curios, I thought I would create my own stories. Shall I write one about you? I think Capucine needs to meet the Goliath. Yeah, no new interactions here, though. Okay, so that was that. We just identified the curios, but apart from a bit of lore, I guess nothing else happens there. So, let's take on the pit. I will need to enter from the manufactory. So we'll go down, we'll connect over to the manufactory, and then switch over to the defective core and see if that gets me in. That's the theory. If the theory is not going to work out, then things get a little bit less certain. Oh, we already checked workshop to see if my cores could be any good there, and they are not. Let's keep going. And we'll take the shuttle down. All the way down below. Then we'll connect. Yeah, so this overseer, I still suspect, is going to connect somewhere here and then take me up to this point. And that has been my long-running suspicion. It may or may not be true. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to see what happens with the defective core. And I want to see how it interacts with some of the other things that are health-based. Do you still get a point off gratitude, for instance? Let's wait and find out. You do. That means that you get a point off some of the other things, too. But do we get an additional layer of protection? We don't. That does nothing, because that technically counts as part of the code. So let's think about what else this would synergize with. I mean, obviously, thinner frame has no effect now. If we have the point of gratitude, maybe we shouldn't take Oath and Ember, because we would have a buffer for a second point of damage. Although the extra point from gratitude, I think, is mostly going to be helpful for platforming purposes if we're still exploring. So let's figure this out. I still want to keep splintering dodge for sure, I think. Again, for exploration purposes. We will not be able to recover any part of the coat regardless, so it's okay to take that. And then we have 40 points open. And we will have very little buffer for getting hit, but... Oh, you know what? We can play around with... some of this stuff. Let's think about it. Where was the new thing? The targeted countermeasures. We haven't played with that yet. We can do that. Actually, taking some of the additional bonus health would have made sense had we not also just disabled the basins. But maybe it makes sense to do the extra coding processor for the extra layer there. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on what we see in the pit. We don't know what it is yet, so... This might be okay. Because let's say we get hit for one from the point that we have in gratitude, then we can restore something quickly. That might actually be helpful. This might actually be interesting to synergize with Perfect State now that I look at it. Because we're always going to have all layers of protection active, technically, right? I actually think we'll do it. I mean, technically that should always be true. Maybe. And yeah, Sam Fizz, you're wishing me good luck with what may be ahead. We'll find out. Okay, so let's head up to the pit. That'll be up this way. I mean, I wonder if Perfect State actually does apply, because it says all layers of protection are active, but we've taken off the entire coat. So does it still count as all layers out of the maximum that I have right now, which is... Oh. What it is. Let's head over and find out. Now that's assuming that we can in fact get in that gate. So yeah, now this just opens up for me. The door is not shut at all, so now we can freely get into the pit. Let's take a look at the ceiling first. Area is rather dark. Well, nowhere to go but down, so let's go down. Interesting. So technically you're supposed to come here not being able to take a hit, but we did have an extra layer that will reload for us, so... Let's find out. There's at least a little splotch of color here. And what have we found? That looks like it's staring at me. It also looks like it's tracking me a little bit here. Yeah, because the pit is where the defective cores are supposed to be disposed, right? Which is how we were able to sneak in here. But then... Oh, let's see what this is. We'll find something new. And look at that on the left here. Incoming signal from the flash memory. Let's see what this is. Origin of the signal, unknown network of unregistered pearls. Why were you cast here? You were not like us. This is a disposal center for non-compliant pearls. This unit is not a broken or otherwise misshapen pearl. This unit is a fully functioning LiDAR. LiDAR's task is to find a habitable planet. And is found by this unit? None. This unit is a failure. So that's interesting. That a pearl unable to find a habitable planet was cast down here, even though technically it was functional. And yeah, we'll see, because we're kind of retracing what happened with the whole plot with Ember here, right? Let me die. Can I? But no, I guess it just comes here. Yeah, because if it failed to do so, I mean, that was effectively the job of the eye, right? Oh. This is kind of an interesting parallel to entering the abyss in Hollow Knight, in fact. That sinks, okay, I just wanted to check. It pretty clearly was going to sink, but still wanted to check it. So we're being introduced to this for the first time here. Oh, no, we don't want to get smacked by that. Luckily, I have a point remaining. Ordinarily, you wouldn't be expected to. Let's just reload that first. Otherwise, it's all the way back to the manufactory, and this helped to be a little prepared coming in. Yeah, we just need to dodge around a little bit. So we don't get caught by all the disposal. You can see the impact locations where they do come down, so you would need to be rather quick. Jump up and wrap around the ceiling there, I think. Oh, no, got caught. It's okay. Let's go back. I don't know how you do this part without gratitude, or at least there would be a lot of reloading before you come back here. Okay. Who are you? Who am I? So yeah, a lot of breakdowns all over here. Now we should check right first. I just want to see what is over here. And then maybe we'll head below. Oh. So I don't think I'll be able to climb through that stuff anytime soon. I may have put myself in a situation where we do need to continue on this side. And here's another core. Again, have no idea where to spend all these extra cores yet, but we'll find out. I assume we won't actually have an overseer down here that will hit. Also, let's check that other location that we saw earlier. Oh, whoops, got caught. Let's reload health. Or maybe check... No, before we go down, I mean, clearly the main path would be just going further down. There's excited. Getting one hit by rocks was painful. Getting one hit by rocks usually is, even in real life. Oh, there's something that came out. I couldn't hit it in time, though. So if you come down this way first, does that change anything? Looks like I'm not supposed to touch that. Ice cream. Not really. Ah, okay, so we do get a pit overseer. But then if we're in the pit, do we get to change out of the defective core now that we're here? I suspect that we might be able to. Because we were able to get in here. So let's see if it works. You're not allowed to change modifiers here. That's how it does it. Yeah, no modifiers available. That's how it balances this. This is a new area here. Let me just check all around here. Looks like the map might not be entirely helpful. There was something up above there. I saw that dot. Might be a lot of cores, actually. I mean... Again, what do we eventually spend them on? Not clear yet. But yeah, these are kind of camouflage. We just need to watch out for them. And this takes you back to this area. Well, clearly a lot more to see. And just continue going bottom left for the time. Whoa! Being caught by something. Okay, oh no, I see. That's sludge. It's just that it's monochrome, so I wasn't looking carefully at that as a hazard. Okay, let's continue going down. Then, oh no, there was a spot to the left that we uncovered, right? That looked somewhat concealed, and therefore is what we should check first. Or was this just where we came in the first place? I think this is where we came in the first place. That's interesting. That was so close to the overseer spot, but we just didn't check this ledge. Wait, then if that's the case... No, that can't be right. Hang on. Was this where we came in? I think it is. Let me check this again. Yeah, this was just where we came in initially. Then what even was that before we found a connection point? Got myself a bit lost already. We can come up this way. That's new, I think. Unless this is where I was previously. Yeah, this is where I was previously. That's why we passed that point down below. We went up. And we didn't see that down here is actually a secret pathway that was seemingly open all along. Reminds me of some of the way that secret passages are concealed in the game Tunic, actually, that sometimes they are just knowledge checks. Where if you know it's there, and if you don't, you'll just need to discover it to get away with. Okay, a little bit of color here at least. Is this breakable somehow? No, this is all just dead. So many pearls. Now, can we crawl under here? It looks like I can. And indeed, that allows me to break open a shortcut. So many extra cores here, actually. But for what purpose? I guess we'll have to find out. So this seems to go even lower. We'll check that in a moment, but let's kind of this way. Oh yeah, it just continues down here. Let me check this side first. You again? Oh, okay, no, we passed through here. Or had we? That was not open earlier, or was it? Or... No, I don't think I've been down here. I think that's just a sign of familiarity from another unit for a plot-related reason that we have not actually established. Must have been mistaken for somebody else. Okay, so it was falling apart over here. But then, what does that do? It does nothing. It's just a lot more pit. There was something up above to the left that I didn't have a good way of reaching. Oh, looks like we probably need a way to get there now. But how? I don't see it. Unless this is safe, yeah. And then this is an opening. Yeah, it connects back here, but then what do we even accomplish on this side? Well, there's a passage going up that we've now cracked. This looks like new material here. And this is something. Fragment of island spine. Okay, so this was a previous spine. Interesting. Yet among the most recent found in a pit. As broken as the bonds between the pearls. Well, where does this go in my collection? Here. Now this is interesting because this is kind of a key section and it is a fragment. I wonder if we need more fragments, but that could be something significant. Oh, here's something. What are we going to talk about? There's a lift here too. The last embedder. Oh, Soul is back. That's interesting. So, I guess if you hadn't previously fought Sol and Vin, then you wouldn't get this interaction. I was there when they were embedded. I was there as they became one with the vessel. I was there when she died. Whether it was an accident or fate or merely bad luck, it changes nothing. The consequences remain. My siblings and I used to ensure that the vessel had a future. In the end, we were the ones to take it from all of you. In their names and mine, I'm sorry. I shall stay here now, for I belong to the past. Soon, so shall you. So, we're down into silence. It goes up further into the pit, but then we have something else to loot here first. Lu, Keeper of the Eye. Let's absorb even more attack power. A lot more upgrades here than I thought we would have. We've actually upgraded damage twice since finishing the credits, and so that's even more to work with. We will go up but I want to scan around here a bit first. I bet we missed some things here too. There was really quite the maze there that we got through. Oh, also something up here. Then maybe that's just where we go up with the switch. Let's go up one level and see if it just stops there. It does. And then I still have no idea where we are, but then let's open some doors and see if we can open some connection points. So, yeah, this opens up the doors to the pit on this side. Wonder how far off we are from this segment here. Whoop. Seems to be quite a lot to see here, actually, but yeah, one platform up above that we can't reach. Again, I feel like I'm still missing some movement ability that will get me more height. But then maybe we just need to platform differently and open up another door. The pit door here. Okay, so this is where we connect. And that does not give me any progress whatsoever for the rest of the problems that we're dealing with up here. None whatsoever. But perhaps when we map this out a little bit, then we can find some kind of opening that allows me to pop up into the middle segment. So let's find a map first and then proceed. I don't know if we can make it back to the save point here. I think let's explore to the right side here first. Just to see, was there anything else? Nope. It's a dead end. But then at least we know how to connect back here now. That has some interesting implications because I think it means that with that door open, we can actually rebuild at another point. And then I wonder if this door locks if you take off the defective core. It didn't previously give me that warning though, so I'm assuming not. Which means that we can actually rebuild to something standard and then go back and try it. And I think we should, because then we can map out that area as well. So we got through the pit, but then that didn't actually give me anything new just yet. But it seems like there's a lot more to explore there that we just need to map out first. So let's just try to get out. I feel like we're kind of doing things a long way here. There's probably a more direct route to a place to save and reconfigure, but we'll try it this way. And see if this will get me around the requirement to be defective to be authorized through the left side door. Well, it's still a lot that we haven't cracked open yet. Oops. Failed to tap that, but we'll get it. Oh, come on. I think we're not getting height here. There we go. Wait. How come I didn't make it up? Oh yeah, no, because we're supposed to go out on this side. Or rather, how did I get lost here? No, it's up through the central column here. Oops. Yeah, just straight up. We'll map things out and we'll backtrack to the pit and see what happens. I wonder... We'll find an overseer for the pit as well. And where that will happen. Before we sort any of that out, let's link up here on the right side first. Okay. So at this point, let's take off a couple of things. Just to make sure we have a reasonable point budget going on here. And then this is just back to the setup we had earlier. We'll keep it. And we'll go back and see if it's possible to enter the pit without being defective. Also, let's look at a map. So the pit is mapped like this. It's very ambiguous. In fact, it doesn't seem to connect to anything. It doesn't even show me where the save point was. So cartography kind of totally fails there, it seems. But maybe we're able to pop out the top. Who knows? I'm not sure. There is some other entrance for it. Yeah, that's not a very helpful map at all, actually. I guess nobody's really sent relevant information out of there. So what in the end did we really accomplish? Like going there. Oops, didn't want to go down here. Well, it does make it a little difficult to go back there and explore or anything. Because as far as I can tell, all we did was pick up a couple of cores that I'm not going to be using anyway. But maybe there's more to see, and we'll just have to do it unmapped. It does seem like whatever there is going on in the pit, it's not what we need to continue progressing generally. So that hits a little bit of a dead end as far as some of the major traversal mysteries are concerned. Also, we never mapped this fountain. Maybe we just never touched this. Makes me wonder if we missed anything else down here, actually. This is still not a relevant fingertip. For instance. We have been down here, though, obviously. Yeah, so this bit we still can't go through. Still a mystery. And this bit, because this was where we dropped in, it is a one-way gate that we can't pass through. As far as I can tell. We can find some way to go back up to the top level. That'd be great. And maybe the pit is the answer, maybe it's not. Oh, okay, so no, you actually are gated off. You must have the defective core, even if you're coming in from this side. So I guess we walk all the way back and then all the way back here. Unless, of course, we just approach from the left side again, which might be faster. I'm not sure, because we didn't really continue past the lift here to see what else there was in the pit. So maybe there's more that we can see there. Well, I guess we have a long walk. So yeah, unfortunately, you cannot just put your health back and come back in. It does detect that on both sides. It's alright, long way back. Well, now we know. It's not like we were going to learn that any other way, so... I mean, we got into pit and got out. I don't know if there's really anything else that we need to do there, because we did get the fragment. That was the most significant thing that we picked up, and we don't know where this actually plugs in. Because that might be critical for some gate that we just haven't seen yet. But we never did see anything associated with it. So it's going to be a whole lot of back and forth. Oops. But yeah, after finding the lift, I guess we should have just continued directly. So we'll just go back to the setup that I was working with earlier. Once the defective core is back in. Long way back both ways, but we'll do it. I think it makes more sense than trying to reapproach the pit from the manufactory side, because we want to continue where we left off when it comes to the exploration. Let's go back to this and retune. And what do we want here? We wanted to have extra coating and the perfect... Actually, having this one that pacifies all the non-boss enemies might have been helpful too, if we're just exploring. But let's go back. Bit of a lengthy diversion, but that just happens sometimes when you experiment. So, really quite a lot that we still haven't been able to crack open here yet. I still feel like whatever movement skill we're missing is going to be critical. For figuring out a lot of the reaches, or a lot of the places rather that seem unreachable right now. Like this. Okay, so back in a bit. And we'll continue this way. See what else might be new. Cross over here, but then what does that give me? Well, we've been here though. This was where we crossed over before. But then have I gone further? Yeah, because we've connected over here now at this point. I wonder if I can get any higher. And what that would get me. Yeah, we've been here. It does seem like there's a top layer that's just sort of enclosed. So what else is there to see here, really? Maybe there's some way that we can connect to the middle passage that was obstructed, but we'd want to maybe go towards the top left here in case we can connect to this area. Oh, nearly got whacked by that. Oh, no, we did get whacked by that. Can't hit any of the rocks for energy, in case you're wondering. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to maintain elevation safely there, too. And climb out on the left side. It's a pretty big drop, in fact. This takes us back to where we came in the first place. Maybe we can voluntarily get picked up by some of this stuff, but who knows? I'm kind of surprised there's nothing else here. I mean, will they pick me up? Will we just stand here long enough? No, we'll just be stared at for a bit. But if there is a way to go further up, I'm going to try to find it. Does look like there's a bit of a ledge up there. Don't have a good way to reach it though. Well, I think the thing that we probably want to figure out is just where on the map we can plug in this thing. Maybe we bring it back to the Nexus. Who knows? Or maybe there's something else that gets me through. Some door that we have not seen. So what else did we even accomplish here? Let's go back to the save location below. I mean, among other things, we think that maybe at some point you can have an overseer here. Even if we're not allowed to rebuild. And, oh, this is something. This is new. Coding component. Very important. Right above me here, too. Very easily missed. Not that the coding components matter, of course, when you're running a defective core. But it's the principle of the thing. Did we ever wrap around it this way? I don't think I had, actually. But this is the back at the central crossing. And we had picked up that core before. I think this just connects back to, whoops, we're below. Perhaps nothing new here. But it's worth checking. Quite a maze down here. Oh. No, this just loops back to where we had seen this already. Yeah, it says progress saved, but absolutely no map updates. Because the pit is just one ambiguous pit. Well, that's a lot of problems left unresolved then. We're still, after all this time, still unable to crack. You go further down. I don't think there's anything that we haven't seen already. There's this spot here. Is this new? Leave me alone. Yeah, we'd seen this stuff. Alright, I've seen this bit. We hadn't dropped through this side. That may be different from what we'd seen previously. And it's just more cores. So, I wonder what this massive core surplus will even do for us then. Maybe we need to go back to Haven or somewhere to talk to NPCs again too. See if anybody there is taking these. But right now I can't recall whether we've interacted with any NPCs who even deal with the existence of the pit. Oh, whoops. I caught it. So I've traversed all this before, but it seems like a whole lot of dead end on both sides. This gave us absolutely nothing, which is in itself maybe a little suspicious. The central passage just takes us back up where we had come from previously. We unlocked this shortcut. Now, could we continue down below to the left? I actually... No, can't. We've been here. Hang on, what about the bottom right area before we came to this room? Or this zone? Like over here. No, we checked all that. I think. Yeah, we checked all this too. So maybe that's all there is to the pit. Rather suspicious that there's seemingly nothing else going on here. But it does look like we've explored pretty much everything there is to see. And what do we come up this way? No, couldn't quite make it. So, picked up a lot of cores at least. And one coding component out of what we need. Oh, no. Didn't want to fall back down here. Just go up top here. It totally looked like there was a little crack here at the bottom that we could have crawled through, but no, there isn't. That's just there to let the fluid flow. Everything's just broken down here. Yeah, you can see from the symbol here that this was a spine pearl. And Soul's just gonna sit here. So yeah, we got the attack power over here. I guess that's one thing that was an accomplishment. Oh, the elevator just kind of ports down here instantly now. That was something I noticed last time too. I wonder if that's something that came in with a patch, that elevators just sometimes snap into place instead of dropping on top of you. Depending on where you're standing, I guess. So was there anything else to see past this point? Where we came in? I mean, it looks like it goes further up. But I wonder if we had already traversed that as high as we're going to get. Definitely looks like you can go up beyond what we've seen so far. The assumption here is that that's awaiting more movement abilities that I don't have yet. But if we can wrap around up top here without taking that much damage. But let's get that point back first. Maybe there's something we can check in the top right that we hadn't fully traversed. Oop. Except this is where we hit this. So I couldn't proceed here. It totally looked like there was something I could do in the top right section though. Again, we're just obstructed by height in a lot of places, and that tells me that there's some movement ability to gain height that we don't have. It's unclear currently how we're going to go about it. Totally looks like something we can get to. I wonder actually if we were able to do a dodge of something that comes in and have a grapple point or something to work with. In precisely the right location. Yeah, that's too suspicious. Much, much too suspicious. Look at this. That we're just short of being able to wrap around that. Just short of energy. Okay, we'll need to figure this out then. So we came up to the pit. Let me just check this connection again in case there was something to see. Seems not. Well, then now it's kind of a mystery what to check next, because nothing really presents itself as a candidate location that we haven't already tried to press against. I still think there's obviously quite a lot more to see down here. There has to be some way to crack into the middle segment, and it's not going to come by way of the pit. Maybe we need to do the escape sequence area again, because it's possible that we gave up on the possibility of continuing there too soon, and that there actually is a way. Because there's so much that we're unable to reach right now, and which is completely unaccounted for. I mean, how would we even do this? Oops, that's a big fall. Well, let's think about what would be worth investigating. But clearly, in multiple locations, I need a movement ability that gets me sufficient height. I currently do not have. I mean, typically with the movement abilities, we get them all off of Samsk. There was that one point at the very beginning of the game that we never did get him to return to. The other thing too is we could figure out whether there's some kind of NPC interaction with the fragment that we picked up. Since that is relevant to the spine. Do we ever see much else over here? We hadn't seen already, not really. Okay, let's reach in. Since the search of the pit yielded nothing else. Oh, I didn't even completely fill in that point total last time either. You know, makes a certain amount of sense just to play with this and disable incoming energy damage for the time being, unless we need a splintering dodge for something specific. Increases gliding speed. I wonder if you can actually cover more distance if you use that. It's just for speed though. Because I guess maybe you would cover more distance before you fall. I'm just trying to think about whether there are any gaps that we couldn't cross where we could use that. Because in theory, you'd be able to close a bigger gap with this. Even if your travel time is lessened. Just because you'd have a shallower angle if you're able to sail further without dropping as quickly. Maybe. You're saying you forgot that ability existent to sunsail over here? Yeah. I wonder if that can get you anywhere interesting. Okay, let's just put this back on. So, fingertip here yielded nothing. I do still wonder if this is still something that we can return to at some point. We never really define an open passage that would get me there. We can check around this area to see if we can break open some connection there. So we can go down to an experiment room. That's just a lower level here, though. Nothing new here. Except for where we dropped in from the boss. Anything we need to look at in the boss room? Seemingly not. It seemed like at the end of the fight that these circular hatches did open. Unless I'm thinking of something else. No, nothing here. Okay, so yeah, this area here was just a massive platforming challenge. There's no reason to reverse through that, I don't think. We had checked the pipe network last time to see if there was a way to push back here. One thing we could do is return to Goliath, actually. Because we did go up to the Celestial Bay, and maybe there's some interaction when you report back. So let's move back over to the other warp point, perhaps, and continue from this end. Does seem like there might be more to see. But yeah, we'll go down to the Goliath's room. I think we can kind of fall towards that through the piping system if I remember how things are laid out. There's a lot we don't really remember about the pipe network, which complicates the traversal through this zone quite a bit when it comes to trying to make our way around by studying the map. Oh. Oh, any interaction here? Ah, that's pretty good. So nothing new. No new dialogue. Well then. Let's see, maybe there's some other connection point that we haven't been able to crack here yet. Wow, we picked up a lot of droplets on the way. I didn't realize we stacked that much. Not that we know where to spend anything anymore. So for example, you come here, this is just a central room. And I wonder if there's anything we can do about this pump system. Or about the fluid level that goes down. I'm trying to jump on top here and we're missing everything. Oh. Thought I could catch that. So there is a little grapple node down below. What does that get me? We've been here though. So I wonder if it's still possible to go down to that lower level. It looks like it's still potentially reachable, but we just don't know how. Because we had been down this central pipe, I think. Or did I confuse it with a different pipe? Maybe we need to do something about the central pipe. Go up above where I am right now and drop in somehow. Yeah, maybe I hadn't checked that as I thought, because I thought that just led here, but then I'm confusing it with a pipe that did go here. So we need to follow this pipe and see where to get back into it from up top. So in that case, let's check this area up above and see if we can find a connection. Oh, no. Wasn't watching the fluid level, I guess. On the left. It's sometimes a little tricky to spot that. So we've been through here. That pipe network up above. And then it's actually yet another layer up above. Means we'll go up another room. Now, why would I have missed this before? I thought we had checked all these passages, but maybe I hadn't actually gone through that pipe a second time. Just sit here until fluid level goes down for me. Oh, nope, too soon. Nope, too soon as well. A little too aggressive there, perhaps. We'll stall. Oh. Nope, too soon. I need to wait for the fluid to go down a little further before we try to sneak down below. I've just been a little bit incautious. Where's the nearest point to refresh health? Not soon. But yeah, we want to see if we can get a pipe entrance from here that goes down, if I can see it. I actually don't remember how that was networked, and we just need to follow the piping in the background until we find it. Oh, hang on. Took too long there. Wait for it to go down further. Nope. How come that's still too quick? I was waiting until the platforms were revealed, and that's still too quick. Yeah, the depletion of the energy bar, I think, rushes my timing a little bit sometimes, and that's why we have a tendency to go prematurely. All the way down. There we go. At long last. So, where is the pipe that goes down there then? A little further perhaps? I'm not sure. Or is it down below here? Oh, hang on. So we missed it. I saw the big pipe connection that would go through the background here, and I still can't find the entrance. And I don't remember where the entrance is. But that's what we're looking for. And so we need to explore a little bit until we find something that's going to drop into the background. Because we just lost track of it at some point. I don't know where it was diverted. Could be through somewhere here. This whole pipe segment. Yeah, this seems to drop down below to where we need to go. Just follow the pipe. See where we initially had to crawl through that. Have to reestablish our knowledge of this entire network. That's the entrance over there on the right side, so how do we ever get there? The opposite corner. Oh, nope. Just missed. Trying to hit that node. Oh, things are getting a little risky here now. So, I know what target I'm aiming for. Yeah, we need to take that other pipe that goes up, maybe. Okay, so we go up this part of the network. Let's refill health first since we have the opportunity. I just don't remember the original passages that we took and whether it's still open. But if we can figure out the maze again, then we'll work our way back. Because I backtracked through here a few times. Oh, that's not it. We need to go one level down below. Let's stare at this for a moment. So yeah, we need to pop out the right side there and then cross over to the left side there. Now, how do we get through that pipe? Well, let's maybe follow this to its conclusion first, and we'll try to go back down and inspect. Somewhere down below. Oh, the pipe that's on the ledge. On the way up to the save point. We haven't been back here in a while, actually. That might be why I neglected this. I haven't entered this one in just the longest time. And so I think I just forgot all about it. Where it would actually connect. Okay, this actually looks correct. That if you come here, then you cross over, then this might actually rejoin the area where the hand flicked us away. And it's going to require a little bit of wall crawling above sludge as well. Yeah, I don't think I've been back here in a long time. Oh, whoops. God, there we go. Almost fell in. So now this should get us through all the way down. Yes, okay, this is it. I don't think I backtracked here. And yes, indeed, this finally gets us back to this area. So if the hand isn't here to flick us away, then what happens? Because where we stopped that time. The door's still open. And then this is where we hit a dead end before, right? Authorized personnel only on this side of the lab. Now it looks like the only way is down. Unless we had a way to glide across. Oh, that's a big fall. That's a huge fall. But then that means this looks new. Unless we... Well, let's see what's on this side first. Okay, I think this is new material because this is where we were blown away the first time. This is new too. Oh, I forgot that I took off splintering dodge. So accustomed to having it on. Now, are we able to get back out, though, if necessary? I guess we need to find our way back out. How far off the map are we? We're pretty far down, I think, somewhere down low. So if the pit was not the way to descend to the heart, then maybe this is. Assuming that that's our actual objective, just to find a way down to the heart that isn't going through the spine fight. Since we know from the first ending just how everything is laid out. Okay, so this is still new. Even with all the damage increases that we've had, this is actually a pretty tough set of enemies, I guess. We buff the damage so much and they still take so much punishment. Well, maybe this is where we sort out the bit with a fingertip. Once we're at full bank of energy, we'll make another crack at climbing. Nothing that I can see. Interesting thing about this part is that we didn't really even need any new movement abilities to get back here. We just needed to have defeated the hand first, I guess, to not be ejected away. And we have done quite a lot since then. I don't know that we've had much movement progression since then, but in terms of movement abilities, this looks like it's just out of reach. Oh, that's my dodge. I can't tell if this is hazardous on the right. It looks like hazardous flow there, so let's climb up instead. Then where are we now? Okay, so this is new, and look at that. We have something formerly embedded. That looks like a fingertip. Is it a fingertip? It is. A worn-out mechanical fingertip. While its original owner is long gone, it looks like it could still be used as a spare part. So yeah, this was a predecessor hand, I suppose. And this must belong to the key section too, I bet. And there we go. So we don't know where the spine fragment goes, but we do have the fingertip, and we do know where that goes. And so we'll plug that in, and maybe that will open something new. Let's continue to explore here, though. That, yeah, a lot here has been reduced to scrap over time. Oh, okay, and it connects back here. That explains a lot. Well, then it's easy to get out here, then. Yeah, all this time, I can't believe we hadn't checked that. But we'll map it out and see. Because I've been looking for a way to get back here, and we just kept on missing. I kept on dropping down to this area and hitting a dead end. And I didn't carefully inspect the pipe network to see if we had actually overlooked the original passage back, which I'd just long forgotten by this point in the game. Because we'd just been backing up through here so many times. And all this time, it was just the entry points beneath the save, like this pipe entry that was staring at us the whole time. That was part of the original sequence. Okay, as far as the fingertip goes, we will have to port back to it. And that's easy enough. Just go up the network above Goliath. And then port over. Yeah, now we're getting a little more familiar with the whole network. And I'm going to look at a map too to see if there was anything else unexplored down there that we didn't see. So yeah, pretty straightforward passage actually. It doesn't look like we could really have crossed further. But we had that world location marked over there, and then there was something formerly embedded. And so yeah, we'll port back there and plug in a finger. And maybe that will start unlocking some of the nearby locations. We'll see what it does. There is so much content in this game that we didn't see, and I did think that we were already trying to be so thorough. Okay, so we restored that. Now what happens? Oh, I see. So, can we relocate the bottom layer? Like, we can rotate the whole bottom layer relative to the top layer? That's interesting. Because then maybe it lets me reassign some of the shuttle connections or something. That's really interesting, because maybe that's what... Well, we'll see how the shuttle connections work, because maybe that realigns the connections, and if it realigns the connections, then we have a way to travel somewhere new. This is really interesting. Let's spin this. Yeah, but then where do the shuttles go? We need to figure that out. And how is that reflected on the map? Let's see what kind of configurations there are as well. So notice the 3 clamps that are visually there. So now we're at 0 alignment, but let's see if there are any other possibilities other than 0 and 240. The clamps seem to indicate where the shuttle connections go. But... So, 120. So there's, yeah, 0, 120, 240, because you got this equidistant relation between the different pipes. And look at that. So now that breaks the existing shuttle connections. And since it breaks the existing shuttle connections, we should actually be able to come up here and join this. Likewise, we should be able to come down here and join this. And then we need to restore the additional overseer. Also, I totally guessed that shuttle location. Yeah, it makes so much sense. And then because once we activate the different shuttle locations and create that passage, then we can rotate things again. And then that will allow me to go to some of the locations not yet seen, particularly this one here. Now, I didn't see the 0 configuration in earlier, so this... Yeah, well, no, we wrapped around a map, so it's the same thing. So, let's go back here, and let's go up, unless we want to go here and try this side first to connect down. wait, let me think about this, because if you want to authorize the shuttles, do you do it from the bottom or do you do it from the top? I actually don't even remember. I guess we'll have to see. Well, let's just go with the current configuration and find out. This was really interesting. What a twisted map structure. In a very literal sense. Yeah, I mean, you know, the cylindrical structure of the map as it is already pretty interesting as a bit of a throwback to Metroid Fusion, as we were saying all along. But this little trick here, that just really kind of caught me unawares. Because I thought we would just find some kind of standard traversal to fix that missing connection point, but the actual solution here is much more exciting. Okay, so we now have a significant burst of progress. Let's go up and then see if we can go up that shuttle. Yep. So I guess I never tried the zero configuration, that's the only thing, but let's go up. But since the 120 configuration gives me both of those missing columns, I think this will probably work out. And then maybe we can disable that fan that's obstructing us. In the segment that we couldn't descend through. No shuttle above the call. Okay, so we can't do that. We need to move the shuttles to different locations first, it seems. Or unlock them somehow. Okay, so then let's make the other connection first. By going up and then back. Yeah, because I wonder if we need to remember whether the shuttles have been moved up or down. Well, I mean, we know that we haven't at any point done this, so we would need to lower shuttle first maybe and then rotate. But what we could do is use this shuttle, because we know that this room is right beside it, so we lower the shuttle and then we can move it and then relink it. So maybe that's what we should have done in the first place, was just use this shuttle. Although we can probably still port over here because we know that this connection is open. We'll see if there's a shuttle to call at this point. So let's go back and mess around with this stuff a little bit just to understand the logic of how all this is constrained. So yeah, let's go back to where we know we can go, presumably. And we will be able to get to the point where we find where the remaining overseer can be restored. After we've ported around a little bit. So not only do we have the cylindrical structure of the map, but it just leans into that idea in a very interesting way. And then from here, we're going to port over to the Nexus. Or we could just walk back there if we really wanted, but no, we can run a network instead. And then we'll descend to the left. I can talk to the librarian again for some extra lore, you're saying? The librarian's still here? Yeah. New dialogue. Ah, because we have the alien's fragment, and then now we have it available. I would have passed by this myself anyway, I think. So. Is it a fragment of his spine? Let me touch it. So let's see what this gets us, because it is one of the keys, so. Who knows? Sounds like a broken command, a quiet impulse to share everything. That voice, she isn't the spine I knew. Previous iteration, is that possible? But the pearls themselves constantly shattered and then reborn like ordinary units. Perhaps I should see this as a new beginning, rather than the end. Who was I to think the waiting was over? Okay, that doesn't actually tell you much. But it's enough to work with. Let's take the lift down below. Anything new? Yeah, still don't know where to spend all the cores, but we'll figure that out in due course. Now, do I get to use this shuttle and go down? Let's find out. Yes, I do. Obstructed by another shuttle. Okay. Okay. So, you see, then that way we know. So, yeah, we need to take that shuttle up then. When we rotate things. Wait, let's... No, wait, let's think about this. So, here, there's no shuttle going down. So that's missing one. Here, there's one that's blocking down below. It means that we should have done the 0-degree configuration first, because we should have taken this shuttle to go up to where there was no shuttle. So, yeah, let's remember that. That here, you've got this starting point. Here, you've got this starting point. And then we need to match them accordingly so that the shuttles don't bump each other. And I think we just need to keep track of that mentally. When we summon the shuttles back and forth. It's a bit of a spatial puzzle to deal with that. Oh, back up we go. And we'll shuttle the shuttles and shuffle them around. Yeah, as far as apparent post-game sweeps are concerned, this one has turned out to be so interesting. But anyway, we need to restore that connection point, unless, let me think. Well, no, these are the only two lifts that we have available right now. So let's go Promenade Entrance once again. And drop back down. So yeah, we'll need the 120 configuration at some point, but it is not now. We need to start with the 0 rotation first. Okay. Let's give it a spin. So this is going to be back to the original configuration. And then we move it again. Yeah, this is one of the more impressive ideas I've seen in a game like this in a long time. So we have the shuttle down here. We should be able to connect up directly and then connect that. Now, what's the other connection point right now? The other connection point is just outright missing until we have a way to do it. But then the idea is that we open up the way to actually pass through. And then we reconfigure things after that. So let's do it. Oh, also, we can mend this now. It's able to reach now, so let's do it. Because we now have a connection point that's not too far away, and so we'll see where that has gone upstairs. And if we have that, then we're able to network through there perhaps, and then that's one way that we potentially get through this. I kind of thought this would be at the base of a location, like a base like here, but no, it does look like it's going up because it could be a shuttle point up here instead. No shuttle above the call. Oh, okay, no, because it went up. But that's okay because we restored that other one. Wait. Hang on. No shuttle above the call. That doesn't completely make sense then. But if we go up, and how do we even go up at this point? We would go up this way and then go back down to Promenade because that connection is still available. But the important thing is that we mended that and we can continue from there now. So yeah, the shuttle actually goes away once you do that. So we can't necessarily just track each shuttle location. There is a bit of a constraint to each column in terms of what's available where and when. So let's go back to the other point here. No, we want to rotate. No, we want to use the current configuration, then go up and import over to the right. But then won't it still say obstructed by another shuttle? No, it won't because... well, I don't know actually because we just went down this path, but the shuttle went up, so maybe this is still obstructed by something below and we still can't continue. I think we just have to check. Because calling the shuttles down or up doesn't seem to affect whether they're still obstructing each other. But the important thing is that we do have a new node in the Overseer network. And the thing is, I don't think we can actually use it yet until we have discovered it on the map itself. But depending on... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's go back here for a moment. We had noticed with the shuttle points previously that you could climb surprisingly high up some of the columns without a shuttle. And it seems like we've reached a dead stop at one of those points previously, but... And it wasn't this one, it was the other one, I think. But maybe that allows you to connect up and jump up manually. If we bind the other column going up to this point. So previously it said that there was no shuttle to call, but we didn't actually try jumping up. And maybe we should have. So actually, I'm going to try that first. Because I do remember there were all these points that you could platform up, and then we just hit a dead stop eventually, but then that's sort of at the halfway point where maybe we can connect to something else. So let's put it back on the 120, because I want to try this. Because why else would we have all of those platforming possibilities there that we had previously witnessed? Yeah, because we should just be able to jump up this. And then we can unlock the shuttle that... Or rather, unlock the way to actually traverse over there. And proceed that way. We should have tried this to begin with, instead of abandoning this so soon. I'm trying to think of what this reminds me of in terms of a big map-wide structural change. Yeah, no shuttle above this call, but that's okay because we actually are able to climb this, if I recall. If I can just make it up this first area. Wait, hang on. No, I know we can go there because I've been there before. We've done the climb halfway before. And perhaps there's a new way to continue this now since we've clicked a new upper half into place. Okay, we'll tap that node on the right. Oh, let's tap this again. Maybe tap it one more time from above. Whoops. Missed it. You wonder if that ball was intentionally placed there to be kidnapped by the elevator. Which ball? Okay, so yes, now we can continue on the ice. I wonder if everything was obstructed here. Oh, the smiley enemy that always gets in the elevator. I see. Yeah, the one on top of the platform that we saw as we were loading our way up. Look at the camera zoom in here. And then we're back in redacted. A whole new part of it. Hang on. Let's see if we can push through up here though. There we are. And now we're going to unlock that door in a moment. Let's just see. We should be able to connect this. Great. That's exactly what we needed. And now we're able to get here for calling the shuttle from below this point because we know there's a shuttle obstructing. Currently, it will say no shuttle to call in this column. Wait, there's no switch here to call a shuttle. But maybe there is one once we connect. Not sure, but let's open this up first. Well, more progress. And then this is going to connect to the point where the wind blows everything up. Does not seem like there's a way to shut this off, though. It just sends you up. But now that we've hit this point, that's okay, because then we can just connect through the network again and rotate. So yeah, all this time though, if you can't actually shut this off, then I guess this gives you a bit of a shortcut back out, but then what else would it actually accomplish? Not sure, but let's go back. So you needed the 0 degree orientation to send this over here, up here, and then we're able to connect elsewhere in the network. So you can't connect down below from here, but the important thing is that you can use this connection to push through the wind and skip it. Which means at this point we need to go down and rotate again until this matches that other segment we saw earlier, and then we come back up. Maybe there's a faster, more efficient way to do it. Like if you go here and then... Yeah, because whenever you start here, this starts with the shuttle on top. And then it is blocked by the one down below. So this one needs to be summoned up to an empty chamber, which is here. Well, we can always just port to this one and then just go straight down, I guess. We really wanted. Yeah, we might as well do it that way, sure. Might be quicker, slightly. I'm still trying to think about what this particular map gimmick reminds me of. Like I said, it's kind of like some of the ideas with the rotational lock structures and the Breath of the Wild Divine Beast, except at a much, much larger scale. But there are a few of the older large-scale Zelda dungeons that I think also have a bit of a similar motif to them. It's almost like a Metroid Prime puzzle in some ways. Exactly the kind of Metroid Prime puzzle that we didn't see in Metroid Prime 4. Okay, so... yeah, so this is why we needed all three alignments. The first alignment, 0, gets you the warp point restored. The second one allows us to go up that column and open up the upper access so we can actually see that warp point on the map. And now that we're able to go back here, we're able to summon the shuttle and then unlock this whole zone here. So that's how we'll do it. We'll go back up. And then port over and call a shuttle up and then descend again. Okay, so here we just need to find the nearest warp point and then take it. So back up we go. And then vault shuttle is what we need. But then there's no switch to call up the shuttle, right? But then we don't need one because we just fall down to call them. Since it should be open the same way it was before. So we just fall in and then unlock the shuttle down below, however it was that we're supposed to do it. Yeah, because we unlock it. There we go. And now we're able to ascend and descend through here. But first, let's unlock some other doors and make sure we can continue from here somehow. Locked from the other side. Okay, that's fine. But if we're able to get back into the central passage that was blocked off by the escape, then we just come back here and unlock this. To reestablish the way back. This is new. The Crucible production line. Oh, here's Tomo, that we've been looking for the whole time. And look at this. This totally looks like we've got a reunion with Tomo and Samsk at long last, and then we'll get some kind of new movement ability for it. I bet that's what happens here. Keeper of the Blood after all this time. MIO, of all units, I didn't expect to meet you here. This place is dangerous. You should go back to the Celestial Bay. Unless... Ah, I think I understand who sent you. These modifications on your frame, only Samsk could have pulled them off. Dear Samsk, it was only a matter of time before he found my notes and went after me. I guess there's no keeping him away after all. Alright, I'll face him. He deserves as much. But I'm not backing away at whatever he says. I'm so close to figuring out what's wrong with the Crucible. The decay rate of the pearls it produces is too high, you see. My best guess is to check the gloom water condition at the inlet. Or maybe it has something to do with the crystallization process. By the way, both need to be double checked, but as I said, it's a very dangerous place. Not even sure how to get these reports myself. Your help would be appreciated, of course, but it's not your responsibility. I won't force you. And there you are, there's Samsk. Finally reunited. leave them some space, but where's my movement ability? What about my movement ability? But yeah, at long last, we've finally taken this to the conclusion of all of the letters here that tells you at the end that Tomo went back to the source. It's in a crucible where our pearls are made. What an interesting device. Injecting everything with the gloom water. To be honest, I was just afraid to learn that you two had gone wild. Good thing they don't mind me overhearing this part while I'm totally not giving them space. Yeah, we'll listen for a bit. I don't think we're getting anything out of this right now, obviously, but we'll continue. Also, oh, locked from the other side. That's fine. We'll just maybe ask for a movement ability. Because otherwise we've got no way to proceed just yet, do we? Anyway. Yeah, because Tomo here was supposed to be Liho's keeper. Can we give them some space and then walk back and hear more dialogue? Let's see. Because otherwise we can't actually do anything here yet. I think we'll just listen until they've finished talking. Okay. Let's see. How far do we need to run to? Let's see. Okay, finally talking to me. With what happened to Asma. Now, oh, goes down here. Okay, so there actually is just a direct continuation and a save point. Do they have anything else to say? No, not really. At least not at the moment. I didn't even see this drop. But naturally we'll attune over here. And so we see doors locked on either side there. We see a lot of different exits. And we'll see how everything connects. There's a top left and a top right. So we need to time our way through there. Let's see what's above first. That just goes up. Better condense all this, not that we're spending on anything. Just want to see how things are gated so we can pick where to go. Oh, this is very close to what we needed. One of the easier ones to find so far. I wonder if that was the case with the one we were missing too, that it was just somewhere trivially close. Likewise, we never found a torn overseer for the pit. And I don't even know if there would be one, given that the pit is not even marked on the map. I just want to see which connection points we have here. Probably just still on the lower level, yeah. But then now the lower level wraps around all the way. And it means that when we do the map rotation later, there will be even more to see. Okay. Then in this pipe. Then grapple over, I guess. Tap so we can tap. Oh, and then we need to climb past this point. Oh, missed it. That's okay. We'll just tap again. And then we can operate the pumping station. You're saying the soundtrack for this area is about 10 minutes long. I guess we'll hear it develop then. Yeah, there is a way to go. Oh. That looks like it's a path that might be a return path that you pop open from the right. Maybe. I can't quite see. Maybe it's just decoration. Can't go in here yet. So yeah, the pumping station now lowers everything. So as it's going down, I do see what seems like an exit point down below, but we'll just have to wait for everything to go first. Ooh, it goes all the way up here. Okay. Oh, kind of need to rush this. And then back up. Okay, pretty smooth. Now we've got a lot more to dodge. But then the level goes up. That seems to be its highest point here. Actually, no, here the flow is stable. Whoop. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Survivable. Almost. Almost made it. Okay, and we can refill a point here. There's a passage up above. Now, why would we want that? Because we would need to grip the ceiling to continue. So the ones flowing down here are just a recovery point. And also there for the lore of watching them manufactured. Oh, nope, too close. Right idea, though, up to that point. My mistake. I should have done the ceiling cling there. Just totally whiffed that time. I should have taken Splintering Dodge for this section, actually. Just have that flexibility of extra attachment points to use if necessary. It's pretty easygoing, though, relative to some of the other platforming we've seen. Also, there's a lower section down there. Let's wrap around there to see what that is. Nothing. Anything on the left? No. Let's go right. Whoops. Put that a little bit here. Nope. I missed my double jump opportunity there. Not getting enough height off of that. Let's see if I can get above it a little bit. Too close. Yeah, you have to kind of get in straight from the left, which means that I have to have a way to straighten out after the next tap. Probably using the double jump, but we don't want to be holding into the glide because we lose energy, so... There we go. Just an accuracy issue. Now, then, let's see a refill. And we have another pumping station here. Which then lowers all that, but then presumably because it's a pump, it's going to go up and down. And did we drop down here though? No, it looks enclosed. So we drop back down here. Perhaps. That's all been lowered. Actually, no. This looks like it's the same as before, but maybe past this point. Nope. That was a mistake. I do see some additional attachment points that we hadn't seen previously, or am I wrong? Actually, no. Let's go... Well, we lowered everything, but then how... Oh, yeah, no. I bet where everything's flowing here on the right, maybe that allows me to continue a little bit lower now. That was a mistake. We want to go above, maybe. Maybe I shouldn't have backed out here. I feel like that might have been a mistake. Yeah, you do in fact need to do this segment, but you need to time it. Because there's no way to get high enough on the right side otherwise. Actually, let's go back up. I want to check this again. Whoops. Yeah, the way to do this is to strategize to double jump. Maybe it's wrong to backtrack here, but just have to find out. So we activated a pumping station. Now, why wouldn't I drop down here? Oh, yeah, no, you are supposed to drop down here. That's what it is. Okay. I thought it looked like it was just obstructed down below, and that's why we made the error of backtracking. The natural thing is to continue this way, obviously, and then we'll just follow the lava down. Let's let it come back up first. Oh, okay, there's a point to tap there. I didn't see it. No, too high there. Let's reload some health, actually, before we continue. And we'll just take it patiently, since we do have gratitude for that additional point. Oops. The soundtrack here actually has a very classic DKC kind of ambience to it. Like, that's what it specifically reminds me of. We don't really need to hit that, but I guess we need to land and at least dodge. No, I tap it and then I get knocked back too high. It's been a repeated mistake. I can't tap that one from above. Tap it on the side maybe if we want a quick refresh without landing on a platform for too long. And actually, even the rising and falling molten fluid here reminds me of that level in DKC 2 where you need to stomp on the creatures to... Oh, no, just a little bit slow there. To cool everything down. No. Then how do I have enough energy there? Maybe there was another point I needed to hit that I no longer had access to. Let's think about it. Because after the last tap, perhaps I cannot glide, and I need a double jump over to the right in order to retain energy for the grapple up. That's the only thing I can think of. We do need to inspect that a little more carefully. Oh, there's one here. And then, yeah, no, after I tapped the second one, I must not glide. I still had a glide pressed and I let it go a moment too late. If you let it go a moment too late, then that doesn't work because then you disable the ability to grapple entirely. Which is still, after all these hours of this game, still a difficult intuition to wrap one's head around, that using any other skill at all depletes your energy pool too much for the hairpin. Oops. Oh, no, too high. It was almost right, though. Okay, there we go. Nice and clean. Okay, so this we need to follow the level down again, I think. So we'll just keep continuing on to the right. Just need to be relatively quick about it and tap to replenish at every possible location. Oh, that's going to be a little too slow, I think. And wait, what is that grapple point to? I didn't even see it. Had a bit of visibility issues there when it comes to figuring out that bit, but it was clear I was also going a bit too slow, so... Why don't we just skip this first one? Why would we want to use it at all? Land quickly here. Wait. Then just hover until you have the opportunity to drop. And you just wrap around. And then, oh, missed it. That's just a tricky little double jump location. That's pretty close, though. That got quite far in a blind read from most of that stuff. So let's wait until it fills up again so we can realign our timing. And we just start to chase it down. Nope. Just been missing my jumps there for some reason. I am on the wall, but then I don't have a double jump. Let me think about that. Yeah, sometimes I don't have an intuitive sense of whether we have the double jump available off the wall. Let me check something. Double jump on a wall, cling. Hang on, no. But then if we let go, then you have a single jump like that. Go. Yeah, so, okay, when we let go, I need not to hit the jump button right away, but then do I get enough distance? Yeah, because if you cling, single jump, you don't get a double jump. Okay, that's the issue. So I need to fall right and then double jump out. That's the correction. At least it seems so. I feel like I'm missing some kind of point there to reload and cling on the right side. Oh, no, too close. Oh, no. Yeah, and then that node there that you have to hit repeatedly just basically regulates the timing of the obstacles. Now, we're far enough away from the nearest basin that we should remember to patiently wait for gratitude for the extra point of health in case we need it. Okay. Nope. That was almost the right idea. We need to crawl a little bit further before the drop onto that node, and then we grapple up after that. 06, you just realized doing this without gratitude is insane. No, not really. That would just take practice. Just longer respawns, that's all, but you can get really consistent. I mean, yeah, you would spend a lot longer just respawning, I guess, but... It depends, because if you're reasonably consistent in the first segment... Oh, actually, yeah, because I guess... If you die here, you know, then... That actually is a pretty big reset. That's true. It's a long, long reset. I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about the distance from the nearest base and not the nearest from save point. So yeah, you're right. That maybe would be a bit of a commitment. Nope, missed it. And then if I hit that swipe, then I grapple up, and then I saw it blinking, and I got a little impatient with the swipe. Let's wait for the pump again. Yeah, having a shallower bounce there is actually better. One can manage it. Oh, no. Almost there, actually. I just needed to grapple through. I didn't need to tap that one. I needed to tap the one on the left so I had the energy to grapple through the one on the right. That's what should have been done. But I didn't see until I took the death there that the pumping station was immediately to the right, just one jump over. So I thought I needed to refresh energy at that point. That was not true. So. This is truly not that bad. Of course, I say this having the quick respawns from Gratitude. Oh, and we took 2 points of damage that time. Now, that we cannot do. That we cannot do. 2 consecutive points of damage is not something we can afford. Because that's when it gets a little bit dicey. I almost am tempted to just reverse at this point, but that's okay. We'll just be careful. Because now we have no margin of error for taking 2 points of damage. Which is exactly why we should have been patient about retaining Gratitude in the first place. Instead of rushing through some of the attempts earlier when we saw the lava going down right away. Nope. Okay, that's okay. Better to just take the damage there and come back. Yeah, taking the damage off the explosions, that's the problem. When you have explosion damage that doesn't actually reset you to the platform, that's when we get into trouble. So, let's redo this. That was maybe a bit of a tighter margin than I could have afforded. Nope. Bit of an accuracy issue there again. I see that thing blinking and I start worrying a little bit. The thing here is that we really actually should have taken Splintering Dodge for this part, but just have the extra nodes to bounce off and regain energy if needed. That's okay, live and learn. Nope. I forgot that I already expended my jump. I was trying to tap left, but again, accuracy issue. It's okay, once we make it to the next pump, then we'll see what's left. As long as we, again, don't take 2 consecutive points of damage, we are okay. Shallower angle there is also good. Not that we needed time, since we just tap this for as long as we need. There we go. Well, the adventure continues. Lots of grapple points here. We just need to know when to reload energy and when to actually grapple through. But again, as long as we don't take explosion damage, we're okay. No, missed my grapple. Just pointed on the wrong diagonal there. I found grappling accuracy to be a challenge throughout this entire game. Maybe it's just the way I'm holding the left Joy-Con and occasionally on a diagonal on a stick. But this game gives you lots of degrees of freedom for aiming the hairpin, and that does occasionally mean you'll miss. Doesn't lock onto anything. Missed it. That's okay. Let's just reload health. And let's just wait for the lava to come back up. Yeah, the right side is pretty much just knowing when to tap and when to grapple, and I think we can intuit that pretty well. We just need to aim accurately, and everything else will right itself. No, I needed to be faster. It's not enough room there to get up on that, up on the ceiling or something. We're taking too long doing the double taps. Some of the timing here does need to be improved. I spent too long there. No. Let me think about that. That does need a sort of immediate tap. Like, we need to cancel out of the grapples when we overshoot. Cancel it so we can get a quick tap afterwards. So we can shorten as much airtime as possible. No. Bad angle. Okay, that's a lot faster, except bad angle once again. That almost got me through. Yeah, that's the correct pattern. That's how we should do it. Using double jumps to cover some of the distance so we don't need to spend so much time stalling. Nope, missed it. I was trying to time the double jump accurately so we could just pull over, but that wasn't a great angle to start out from. Need something a little more oblique going up that top corner. No, accidentally hit my glide when I was trying to hit my grapple reposition. We were getting pretty tight on the timing there as well, so I really did not have an opportunity to stall for one more refresh in that node by hovering above or something and trying to reposition. There we go. And we have health. Great. Now we've done all that pumping at this point, which means we can see down below once it lets me. Actually, the flow is just on the right side, so we can actually go through here just fine. Now we follow the piping. Oops, something's shaking. Oh, that locked me in. I didn't realize. I didn't realize I was past a trap here. That's okay, we have health. We can... See, I think once you walk past this, then it triggers the timing. So once we walk past this, we just need to go fast. That seems to be the implication here. Oh, nope, lost our juice here. Just ran out of juice. I wonder if it's a problem that we took that negative modifier for slower energy recharge on the ground at this point. Can I stall here, or is the lava still coming up? Let's see. Oh. Nope, missed. It's a big miss. We betrayed the heart's favorite? How do we do that? I probably understand exactly what you mean if we're not also mentally processing the read on this segment at the same time. We got pretty far though. Nope, nope, too far. The faster energy modifier? Yeah, that's right. Okay, the energy replenishment actually isn't too much of the obstacle right now. It's pretty playable what we have actually. As long as we remember to land sometimes. Missed. Where's my long nail? That's what we need around here. Oh, also forgot to replenish before we came in. And we're not going to get enough ground time to get the gratitude back in this zone, I don't think. So we're going to be down by 1 health if we lose here. So yeah, let's enter patiently next time. No. Tried to outpace that. That did not work. Let's wait. Actually, do we have a place to refill here? Not soon. Or rather, we're a little far from it. Let's go. Why does it feel like I'm slightly behind pace? Visually, I'm not sure. I really like how swift this whole segment feels for a game that has generally felt like it was largely very patient. Hang on. Nope, missed it. Yeah, I need to tap to the left and then double jump to the right without the glide and then latch onto that point. Unless I could get above it. But yeah, the time pressure in this whole platforming segment has been pretty interesting because generally this game has not felt swift. Even in some of the other puzzle platforming challenges we've seen previously, and so there's kind of smoothness and constant motion to this segment that feels new in its own way. Whoa. Luckily, when you have knockback into a hazard, you only take 1 point of damage. That there is a temporary invulnerability to environmental damage after you take enemy damage, and so knockback doesn't double hit you. We've noticed that throughout the game, and that was a very carefully designed consideration. Just out of fairness. Nope. Okay, as long as we tap these and get over quickly, we'll be fine. No, I was trying to sneak under there, didn't quite aim it correctly, and unfortunately we got 2 points of damage there due to the explosion. Just couldn't position that correctly. I ran out of juice there. I think I hit a glide too early. Let's wait for the extra point. We need it in case of explosion damage. Uh-oh. Can't really take all that extra damage here. Just isn't gonna work out. Nope, missed. And unfortunately, that's multiple points of damage again. I was trying to sneak under there with a glide and then hit another node before we're going up to the grapple, but that does not work because visually it is obstructed. You can't actually see where the flow is starting and where those extra explosions are going to come in. I was hoping that we could just sneak over to the right side and just tap another one, but I just cannot see it at that point, and I wasn't expecting the foreground to kill that attempt there. Unfortunately, now no margin of error for the explosion damage. If we take explosion damage, we should just immediately take an environmental penalty if we can, I think. Otherwise, we'll have a big reset. That's if we have the presence of mind to do that instead of risking everything by trying to push on with platforming. Okay, let's be careful here. Let's try to time things. A little bit more accurately. Missed. Rushing through that a little bit, it threw up my rhythm. Then I was trying to get ahead of the big swipe from down below. That's a problem, actually. Ooh, almost got double swiped there, but luckily just the 1 point because of the damage production after the first hit. Yeah, we just missed a glide going up to the top node, which we kind of need in order to, well, first of all, I have something familiar and also a point that we can use to recalibrate my positioning. Up we go. And we must not take explosion damage. Oh, missed. Oh, okay, no, I hit the glide. And if I hit the glide, then I can't grapple. That was just a muscle memory mistake, really. We know we're supposed to just double jump over, so I have energy remaining. But knowing it rationally and remembering it while making jump adjustments in a moment are two very different things. And if you're gliding into a tap, you might hold the glide out of that tap for just a little too long, and then that already starts depleting your energy. Too much for hairpin usage. So, you have to be very disciplined about letting go of the button if you ever want to glide into anything, and then whoops, that was just a total whiff. Wait for the health. Much of this is pretty familiar at this point, but that doesn't mean we won't make mistakes. Close one there. Now the way to do this is double jump. Nope. Stalled there too long trying to reposition. But you kind of need to fall to the right and then double jump up. Like you need to fall below the low ceiling. I knew that rationally, but actually setting it up in a moment took a few too many attempts, and of course, the more you stall there, the more risk you assume. Let's redo this. Nope, almost got hit. Missed. Yeah, I was trying to stall there for a moment to fix up the timing, and that just threw me off completely. And so, a very regular rhythm there will be off handsomely, but if you get off to an awkward start, it's difficult to get out of that and back in pace. Nope. What a bad jump. I usually just kind of fall out of that and then double jump over, but that time it was just slightly catastrophic. Again, let's just realign here. Missed. Once again, got a little bit impatient there just from trying to speed past the swipe. And that did throw off my timing the same way it did before. Let's just take a moment to realign here. Fall to the right. There we go. And then something down below and something to the right. Let's see what's what. Nothing to the right, actually. It's just down below. So what do we have? Well, it seems like it's the gloom water pump of sorts. One of the essential ingredients for pearl manufacture, but yeah, I guess we need to inspect the instrument panel to get information. And then we'll see what this is. Purified catalyst status. We'll take an expert to decipher this. Luckily, we know one. And that opens the door back to the shuttle. Great. But let's replenish health down below first. And map all this out and then talk to Tomo to return to first report. Save first or talk first? Let's save first, then replenish, and then we'll talk. Now, I don't know if we'll do the other segments. I see 3 segments here, right? There's... Actually, this one might just connect to this gate. Might not be a full platforming area because we needed a report here. We need some report on the right side. We can maybe check this bit first. I am tempted to just push through the rest of the way today, but I think it might be more sensible to run an additional stream to really take things patiently. Because we don't know how deep this whole idea goes, so let's listen to Tomo first. Samsuke and I were a little worried to know you were surrounded by so much gloom water. Gloom water here is so pure it could be nacre, which makes sense when you think about it, doesn't it? But then it means that the decay is not coming from an outside agent, despite all odds. It comes from the structure of the pearls itself. Is it possible? I don't think that. The crystallization process must be responsible. I bet we'll find that there's a fatal flaw in the mechanism. So yeah, we will need to inspect the crystallization. Now, I assume it's going to be similarly a platforming segment. There's quite a lot of room for it. Let's see if we can unlock the bottom left passage first, just to connect it. We also don't know how things are going to connect down here. Maybe that's relevant to what we eventually do. Let me just check what the entrance is like first here. Yeah, we're not getting down into this yet. But it does look like we'll have another lengthy passage. So let me just check the lower area first. We actually don't have the means to get through here yet, do we? Because I can't gain sufficient height. Maybe this is where we'll eventually learn about an additional movement skill to get myself extra height. Because we know height's been an issue. Now, we do have this point here, of course, but I doubt we can maintain the climb for long enough. So yeah, we do know that gaining elevation has been an obstacle in several places, and so maybe also it could be that we have to crack this open from this side. So for example, we find a way to drop down here, we retrace, and this could just be entrance only from this side, perhaps. Since it is on that downward incline. Maybe. We don't know. Yeah, there's clearly enough to see here that I think we need another stream to do it. It makes sense to take this as our rest stop. For the next area, if it's a similar platforming challenge to this one, we're going to maybe rebuild a little bit to prioritize energy. We don't need to see enemies if there aren't enemies. But then we want to prioritize energy and possibly also health. Just so we have an extra buffer against getting comboed into multiple points of damage. This, for instance, has not been relevant at all. We actually got no benefit out of this, but we don't know if maybe it is enemy dense on the right side. So yeah, Asma's Will just hasn't kicked in for us at any point since I plugged it in. So we definitely have the points budget to be platforming focused if it's something similar, which it may or may not be. It could be something that gives us quite a bit of variety. This actually reminds me a little bit of the Mask of Darkness area in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, where again, you know, you do a left branch, you do a right branch in whichever order, but it's similarly a kind of platforming loop that once you get both together, we'll see how that progresses the story. Maybe there's something that's going to resolve the entire subplot of the decay and could give us a different and perhaps less sacrificial outcome than what we saw out of the first ending. And who knows about the remaining modifiers that we missed somewhere along the way. I mean, we have seen a couple of different points of interest in the main map that we haven't been able to crack all this time, so still a lot to potentially work with in that respect. Like I said, don't know if we'll wind up with a true 100%, but we're getting close in some respects. And we'll just see how much else we can find along the way. Because no doubt there will be some things that were in rooms that we missed a glowing spot in and will not be able to find again unless we retrace every single room on the map. And sometimes we just need to be content with missing that. But given that, I think we've actually done pretty well for ourselves in terms of the collectibles here. We don't know yet if this fragment is good for anything else other than that interaction with a librarian. That's kind of an unknown as well, given that everything else here worked as a kind of key or activation mechanism. But I guess we'll learn that with time. So, thank you so much for joining me today. We are not done with this yet, and we'll be back at the earliest opportunity to see if we can push it even further. Thanks for watching, and until we meet again, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that may be going on your end. And as always, fare thee well.